Oh, g'day, you good dunce. Thought it was set to open in new tab. Doesn't matter. You can open it in the current tab. It's okay. You've seen plenty of Cavino. Now it's time to see the mustache. Yeah. So what's going on here? We've got who? Gamer with the first message, Mongolo with the first text message, Vongo with the first, clicked pop up, and now I'm free from Cavino. Cam second, Dex third, nice. Gamer coming in late again. How we doing, Sea Goats and Kalina? What's going on? Morning, everyone. First bits. Oh, Goat crushing it. Thank you very much. How are we? We have a very fun stream planned for you. It's going to be me getting very, very frustrated and annoyed while I try and figure out why performance is tanking. Yeah. Oh, first gift sub. Look at that. Thank you very much, gamer. Much appreciated. How is everyone this morning? Fantastic Wednesday morning. We'll do this while we... Actually, no, not this. We're going to do Daily Akari while we wait for ads to pass. Yeah. Next, welcome in. How the bloody hell are you good done? We've just started. So we're waiting for ads to finish before we get into stuff. Yeah. It's 23. I am tired. Sounds like something an old person would say. Yep. We do that. Still need to get there. We still need to get there too. Okay. That's all good. Ooh, look at that. This is coming together nicely. Hell yeah. Now that's going to be a problem for us because it means we don't get that one. I think we go there and then there. Yeah. That's using the noodle. No, because now we can't get that one because of you. Okay. Shit. That. There. Which requires there. Go through there. Those are hits and we get there. There, and we can't go there because of you. There. But now we can't get that one because it's covered from all sides. Shit. Shit. This is proving more annoying than I thought. Yeah. Woo, a 7 stream streak. A whole week. Actually, that's half a week, Cam. Yeah. Cold never bothered me anyway. It should. Jeez. If the cold never bothered you, that might indicate some damaged nerve endings. Don't ruin my fun. I'm going to ruin everyone's fun. Don't you worry about it. I will ruin everyone's fun. I am known as Hypnotic, Floating Head, and Ruiner of Entertainment. I am the Ruer. That's all that covered. Either way, that one needs to be hit, which means you're not going to be it, so it needs to be one of those two. If we go there, we can then do that. And if we do that, allows us to do that. No. Huh. So it has to be that one. You have to be those two if we put that there. Alternatively, we could do that. And then we could put that there. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Now that has to go there. You're gonna need to go there. There's no doubt about that. Put you there for now, and you there for now. Put that there, that'll get that entire row. But now I can't get you. So if we do that, and that, now I need you. Ah! This is what we call le shit. But I can't put that there. Oh, frick. Frickety frick. That one has to go there. If you're cut off there, then I have to go there. But then that's all cut off too because of you. So... no. It's got to be stuff. It has to be like those two being opposites. Because if I put that in the middle there, that stops you from being hit. Which means I have to do that. You two have to go there, but that prevents you from being hit now. So you can't go there. Frick. Oh, why does this one suck so much? So either way, those two are being cut off. Unless we do that. Because then we can do that. Criminy crikeys. I think that's it. I think that's it. What up, Sammy? How you doing? How the bloody hell are you? Alright, let's see where we went wrong. Shall we? Perfect. Fucking beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That is just... oh. I love it. Love it. Alright, so... what are we doing today? I'm doing great. Been playing Elder Scrolls Online, having fun with it. Ooh, nice. How is this your first time playing Elder Scrolls Online? Also, how we doing, K-Cog? How you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you enjoying your new name? Are you having second guesses? Second guesses. Are you doubting? That's probably a better way of putting it. Yeah, I remember playing Elder Scrolls Online for years when it first came out, and these days I'm like, yes, I've played all the races and all the classes and played all the alliances, and it's like, whatever. Briefly tinkered in ESO in the past. I consider this my first time because I didn't even finish tutorials last time. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I like it. We're going to work on today. We are finding performance. So, what we know is in here, if we exclude all furniture and delivery boxes, nothing gets spawned in. Okay. So what? What is that? Shop settings on XP progress. It's complaining about accessing that, saying that doesn't exist on nil. So XP, hang on. The HUD is being set up before game state. That doesn't make sense. Oh, hang on. I remember this. This was the HUD being visible too early. It shouldn't be. Something like that. I'm impressed that everything is voice acted. Everything makes the questing more interesting. Yeah. You've got to have everything voice acted. So it's this. This is... Why is that breaking? We have game state first. Menu manager's not till down here. I don't see how that's a thing that's possible. Like, that's used in a lot of spots. Why? What's the lead up to that? Nothing. It's just it trying to be ready. Oh, hang on. Okay, I know what this is. This is an issue with a import products.blend. So if we go into our assets and we have a look here, you can see products.blend is bad. If we go here, we open up products and we just save and close and we re-import, now it's fixed. Yep. I remember that issue. But occasionally Godot will be like, I don't understand this blend file. And it's like, no, you do. You've just imported it incorrectly using Blender's GLTF. Like, redo it, goddammit. So, we're not displaying any furniture. Right, nothing's being displayed at all. And you can see, like, I'll pop these up.
Dookly has arrived, but where?
So you'll see how our frame time is 1.2, like 1 millisecond sort of thing. It's just super quick. And we're getting like 850 FPS. Yeah, real nice. Real nice. And then, if we go into here, and we get rid of the delivery boxes, that does have a performance impact. It does have a performance impact of like 300. And that's because all of these are currently doing physics calculations. Because they're all rigid bodies and they're all interacting with each other constantly. Yeah. They're all constantly interacting with each other. So, there's that. There's that. And that takes a big chunk. And if we go into delivery box, we do have these raycasts here. But these are only... We're only looking for these. We're only looking for these in this instance here. So if it's not on... If it's on the floor... If it's not on the floor and it's idle. So there are going to be some. So if we do or linear velocity is equal prox. I can do this with a vector 3, can't I? No, I can't. Damn it. Unless it's like vector 3. What do I like? Position is equal prox. Okay, so we do have that. Do linear velocity is equal prox. Vector 3, 0. It doesn't understand that linear velocity is a thing because it doesn't know it's a rigid body. So, all in, I call. Show me your hand, glitch. Didn't expect me to call you out, did you? Poker puns. I love it. I love it. We need more of those. Poker, a hard we knew her. See? Need more. Need more poker puns. That was a good joke. Not saying that. Box. Let's see. That was the incorrect thing to pick. Okay, so we can see there that it's not printing anything now. Like, nothing's being printed. So if we go over here and we have a look. So that's still down at like 420, 430. And that hasn't really increased the draw count at all. There's not that many draw calls. There's not that many primitives drawn. Hmm. You see how that's now dropped. So all of those are now hidden. Oof. Let's have a look-see here. So script functions are accounting for 0.05 milliseconds. So my code in that instance was accounting for 0.05 milliseconds. Process time was accounting for... Like, process time is most of it. I do not understand that. Frame time was 2.24 milliseconds. What up, Turtle? How you doing? What's the game called? It's Bobble Shop Simulator. Let me get that for you. There it is. I have an updated trailer that I need to put up, but I've got a bug that I need to fix for the updated demo that matches the updated trailer. So I need to get that done at some point today as well. And then I can put both of them up and make both of them live to people. But this doesn't make sense to me. I would imagine that the process time... I would imagine that this would match the frame time. Okay, right there. So that there would cause that spike. And that would be all this physics 3D stuff. Bind collisions is 0.14. Finalize islands is 0.21. Body set island is 0.18. So I think that's all navigation server stuff. And then script functions is 0.3. Yeah, so you've got NPC process, physics process, which is 0.1 millisecond. Update interactions, that's when we're looking at stuff. We got the behavior tree process, we got player process, a behavior tree physics process, player process, repeater evaluate. Let's go self, shall we? Wait 1 millisecond. Delivery box physics process is 0.02 milliseconds. And that's for all of it. If we go like average time, you can see how it's tiny. Tiny. So based on this, if we had, what, 100 delivery boxes just sitting on the ground, it would be 0.1 milliseconds. Started working with Godot. I'm trying to go indie before I graduate. Nice, nice. Always looking for streamers to talk to so I can learn from real devs. That's fair. That's fair. I'm happy to help if I can. Provide some sort of info. I'm not a wizard or anything, but I do have a feeling that these three here are NPC navigation based. I have a feeling they're NPC navigation based. The problem is I don't know. Body set island index. Like, there's no information online about that. Kilo 4 profiler. I don't understand what those are. First, the internal management of physics bodies within the physics engine, specifically how bodies are grouped into islands for efficient simulation. This index helps optimize performance by reducing the number of calculations needed for bodies that are not interacting with each other. I don't know if that's accurate. I found things like probably world environment setting. Sub viewports. So none of these things. Like neither that page nor this page that this references, mention body set island index or what it does. So I don't know if this is accurate or if this is just it pulling shit out of its ass. Yeah. This is why you can't trust AI, because this is not mentioned through either of these two. Physics 3D. Solver iterations. Contact part. I don't see anything in there that's going to be affecting it. Physics interpolation. Why did you hide? If true, the render will interpolate the transform of objects, both physics and non-physics, between the last two transforms so that smooth motion is seen. Let's go setting, find a control for a scene. This property is only read when the project starts. Property physics common physics jitter is automatically disabled. if physics interpolation is set to true. Two mets are incompatible. Okay. My eyes now being annoying. I see nothing under here for physics interpolation stuff. Let's have a look at navigation. World. If enabled, navigation region synchronization uses an async process that runs on the background thread. This avoids stalling the main thread, but adds additional delay to any navigation region changes. That's fine. Avoidance, use multiple threads. Yes. If enable... Okay, so that's fine. Pathfinding, max threads. For example, same navigation map, additional threads increase memory consumption, synchronization time due to the need for extra data copies prepared for each thread. I said that's -1. Let's see what happens. He's ready for this? Are you ready? Woot. All right. But still tanked. Those were heavily reduced though. I'll find collisions. Yeah, it still went up pretty big. What he said, island index. Finalize islands. Okay, so yeah. That doesn't really help anything there. Navmesh edge merge errors. Okay, so that's just error reporting. Why? Why? Because there's nothing I can really do. Like, the last thing I can sort of check that I might be able to do something about is this. If I get rid of that quantity, then we might need to set up a shader that displays the text of things. No. So those two don't really have any impact. We turn off mesh. So it's got nothing to do with rendering the mesh or anything like that. So you can see how it's all still tanking even when it's all turned off. So it's not a visual rendering thing. It's something physics-based that's applied with bodies. Interesting Twitch hiccup. Very interesting Twitch hiccup. Wow. Twitch really just got hit there, didn't they? Like, I'm seeing nothing. There we go. Maybe it was my download speed. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything I can actually... So those don't do anything either. Can sleep. Okay, so can sleep seems important. That's given us like nothing. A little bit. It's given us a little bit. Pick this up. Okay. The activation can sleep. That's good. Card packs. They can also sleep. So all of this stuff can sleep. You don't need to sleep, you're a static body. Okay. Now, I'm not too... I don't think I want to focus too much on delivery boxes. What up, Ginger? How we doing? Finished the ending? Nice. Nice. I think the bigger victory is going to be solving whatever performance issue we have with furniture. I think that's going to be a bigger victory. Because if we go back into here, we go... If we just can't, like, just don't spawn the delivery boxes... We don't spawn the delivery boxes, but we spawn all the furniture in. You can see how we tank down. It's like 85, 90. Even when I don't spawn any items on any of these, it still tanks down to about 100 FPS. So like if I do that, and so we're still like visually, like the FPS is slightly better. We go into standing card holder. You see we're getting about 150, 160, but that still means that the furniture that we have placed, is still tanking us, like, what, still tanking us about 500 FPS. So all of this furniture here is tanking us about 500 FPS. Well, no, 400. Tanking us about 300 to 400 FPS. All of the furniture, like just the furniture. What if... So NPCs aren't doing anything for it. Number of draw calls are still... Why? Find collisions takes a ton of time. All of them should be frozen or sleeping, though. They should all be frozen or sleeping. What if... I doubt this is going to do anything. Hmm. .02. I doubt that's going to do anything. Yeah. Masses do nothing. Something's happening inside furniture. I feel like furniture is causing this jump. Like these. Determine active constraints. Find coordinates. Physics 3D took 22 milliseconds. None of that. Might be due to one of the objects using a collision shape that is too complex. Convex collision shapes. should use a number of shapes as low as possible for performance reasons. Okay. Frame will start dropping, but the engine is only allowed to simulate a certain number of physics steps. Check for situations in your project that cause excess number of physics simulations to occur at the same time, or with excessively complex shapes. If these situations cannot be avoided, you can increase the max physics steps per frame. Okay. What we're gonna do, you are just a box, so you're fine. You are also just a box, so you're fine. You're just a box, that's fine. This one here, you're a box, so you're fine. This shelf here, and change you to be a box. That is 1.7 .022 1.4. We bump you up 0.85. And we move you forward to four. And then rubbish bin, you're just a box as well, that's good. Change that to a box. You already have a box shape, so that's fine. You do have a concave. Now let's change you to a box. Go 0.5, negative 0.1. Let's do that. I'm not going to worry about this top bit there. This thing here has a lot. I'm not sure that even needs one, to be honest. Because we've got these shelves, which each have their own collision shape. that goes up basically all the way. See how that goes all the way up. Right there. And this obstacle is what's carving the nav mesh. These shelves. I think the player can walk into the shelves, can't they? Have a look at the player. No, it's not masking shelf. Now it is, though. So I think if we get rid of you, you're not needed. But then yeah. So I do need one for you at least. What I'll do is I'll just make it a box. I'll just put it on the ground as like 0.1. Maybe 1.4. What up, Randall? Just having you in the background while I work. Always a good stream here. Thank you very much. Hopefully I can figure out the performance issues and then pass that knowledge on to everyone. Hopefully. Let's do that. That player's still gonna hit it. Copy that. Go into this one. There we go. Alright. Let's just see what those small changes have done. I doubt they've done anything. But you never know. You never know until you test. Yeah, they did nothing. Absolutely zero. And turning off, before anyone suggests the draw calls or the primitives drawn, if we turn off all of the items displayed on the shelf, it drops down to like 2 million instead of 16 million. But it only gives us like 40 FPS. Something else to do with furniture is taking up like 50 or like 300 FPS. Something's taken up like 300 FPS. And honestly, if I can find that issue and get that fixed, I don't think we need to worry about any other performance stuff. My only concern is we're not going to be able to find that. I wonder if it's the anchors or the raycasts. Ads. All right. Let's take a quick break. See if we can figure out connections. Peer, colleague, fellow, associate. That didn't work, did it? Chat has stopped. Chat has stopped moving. Alright, I need to close down the overlay. Time to restart the overlay. Monkey pull up parallel uneven. Bars, that's true. That's true. Let's tinker that. Let's connect up there. Restart you. There we are. Okay, monkey pull up.
Test.
Uneven. Parallel. Design, look, spectacle.
Do I
style.
work now?
Ooh. So it's not spectacle. Jade. Goggle. Contact or scheme? Nah, it has to be these three. I know shades of sunglass, so these three go together because if we have spectacle, shade, or goggle, it's always one away. So we know it's those three.
Sorry. My very own sleep paralysis demon called me sleeping.
I feel like a scheme. Yeah. Aesthetic. Contact. Nice. Nice. Easy. Easy. So simple. Who needs anything else? I'm just going to knock out these as well. So they're done. Rec. Ghoul. Okay. I have no idea what lenti is. What?
If you had the ability to rename your favorite food, what would it be and what would you call it?
No idea. Inlet. Inlet. I don't know. I wouldn't rename it. If it's my favorite food, why would I want to change what it's called? Like, Doesn't make sense. Wretch. Got... Ideal.
Chat disappeared on the screen.
No, it's not. It's over on the top left. The bottom left. Duh. The frick is this word in the bottom left? Okay. Humph. Humph. What up, Rom? Nice stash. Thank you very much. Thank you. It takes a very minimal effort. Funnily enough, growing a mustache, you just let it grow. That's... Put some wax in it every morning. Keep it standing upright. Done. Of the estate. Nice. Thank you very much. So what is the cause of our performance problem here? So we are going to be doing physics process on whatever the current state is. But physics process, when we place it, when it's placed, we say don't process. What if... What if when it's placed, I disable... No, I can't disable its collision. Because then I would never be able to interact with it again. Frick. Frickin' frack. They're only overlapping anchors. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. There is free TTS. Yeah. There is free TTS. Go for it. We have 3 characters. I don't think it's going to be the placing outline. What if... I'm going to try something a little crazy here. We go into each of these. We delete all of this.
Hello there, this is God. No time to explain. Put $300 on red at your nearest casino.
Nah. If you had said black, then I would have been like, yep, definitely, 100%. But I can't, yeah. Sorry. Well, it's not you. We disable all the raycasts. We set all the anchors to be placed, which disconnects these, so they're not processing anything at all. They don't care. Is it just Godot's physics?
Tell me if it gets annoying just testing him out.
Oh, trust me, there have been people that have been much more annoying. Thank you for the follow too, much appreciated. Everyone that follows is a gedunt. If you read the message that went past at the top of the screen, you'll know what a gedunt is. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out some performance issue stuff. But I'm not finding anything.
Everyone can be a gedunt, just hit follow and the bell icon.
Exactly. Exactly. What I'm trying to create. I'm making a shop simulator. I've got it made. The only issue is that there's some performance problems. Specifically when you've got like a couple thousand things stocked in your store, you end up having some issues with performance because you've got thousands of rigid bodies and stuff. And I've even tried changing it so it's just doing mesh rendering, no rigid bodies or anything like that. And that didn't do any improvement at all. So, kind of getting a bit stuck now. Very, very stuck. Yeah. How did I start or learn coding? When I was 16, I got my hands on a C++ complete reference 3rd edition, and I just started tinkering with that. Yep. Just started tinkering with it and it was good. This here is going to be the big issue. That there. Why is it flat? Because that's our issue, is this, I reckon. I go into here. Rendering is not our issue. Allow sleep, sleep velocity threshold, sleep time, movement threshold, max penetration, body pair, cache distance threshold, maximum relative distance by which a body pair can move and still reuse the collision result from the previous physics step. Enabling this setting cause curtain shapes to be culled from the results entirely. I would really like something that does performance. Contact constraint. If I take this and I drop that back down to that. Let's see what happens if I do that. Cool, Mustache, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Perhaps look up how Factory Games manage it. Satisfactory runs very well with tons of objects. It's a different engine, like... Satisfactory game engine. Let's see. It was made with Unreal Engine 5. So there's a difference between Unreal Engine 5 and Godot. Yeah. So I'm using NeoVim. So this is NeoVim in the top right. This is Obsidian in the top left. And I'm using Godot for the game engine. Yeah. So yeah, things like Satisfactory and whatnot, they're like you can't really see how they've done it because they're using a different physics engine. Like it really only matters in that instance if I use a different physics engine. Why are you still... Yeah, we see how performance just drops. Regardless. This again. And that increases with the number of... It increases with the number of collision shapes. And because I've got so many collision shapes, like a ton of collision shapes, I wonder... Because even if I don't spawn the items, still tanks. Under here. Let's see. Hair routine? Mustache routine. That is our game, yeah. My hair is, I woke up this morning and this is what it looked like. So, it will look better in tonight's stream because I stream in the morning, shower in the afternoon, stream at night. If in here, we just go return true. Bobble stand. Yo, return true. Card holder. And all the way down here. Return true. Let's see. So no items are being displayed on shelves. And now we're getting 500 FPS. Look at that difference. So I need some optimization for my items. And you'll notice if we go into Profiler, you'll notice this find collisions is only 10.22. It's only 10.22 now. My scripting, like all of my scripts is only taking 0.24 milliseconds. It's only taking 0.24 milliseconds. So it's I need to do something to optimize items being displayed. So let's go into stocked. So we set deferred.
I gotta go, but good luck on fixing the problem.
Oh, I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need it, Rom. Have a good one. Thanks for popping in. I get 200 on MC with texture pack and some deleting on task manager. Yeah, the problem is that 500 was when there was nothing being displayed. We already have the collision being disabled.
It's 8:20 for URN.
Yes, 8:20 AM for me. Yep. Yep. Process and physics process. So if you have a look at this, for example, it's got the collision, but that gets set to disabled. So there should be nothing processing for it, right? But then we've got this. I would want you to be set to sleeping. If true, the body will not move and will not calculate forces until woken up by another body through, for example, a collision, or by using the apply impulse or apply force methods. Gravity Enforcer is not applied anymore.
Do you play Game Dev Tycoon, the game?
Nah. Never played it. Playing a game that simulates life. Well, playing a game that simulates my life. No. If I wasn't doing game dev stuff, maybe I'd play it. If true, this object is pickable. A pickable object can detect the mouse pointer entering or leaving. And if the mouse is inside it, report input events. I don't want them to be rate pickable. I doubt that's doing anything. But you never know.
There you need to run a company with making games with a few bugs. If you are really rich in game like me, you can make your own consoles and stuff.
Damn. Make your own consoles in Game Dev Tycoon? That's insane. That's getting into Monopoly territory. That's entering Monopoly territory, that. Defines the behavior in physics when node process mode is set to node process mode disabled. When node process mode is set to process mode disabled, remove this from the physics simulation to stop all physics interactions with this collision object 3D. Automatically re-added to the physics simulation when the node is processed again. When process mode is set to disabled, make this body static. So if I set mode...
And it's on timeline, you start in the 80s and then the first console comes out, then it goes on with the time, so after a few moments you will get the Nintendo Switch and PS4 for example.
I wonder if that's what I need to do. Input capture and drag, God no. Start in the 80s. Oh, nice. Okay. I didn't know it went all the way back to the 80s. I'm going to have a look. I'm going to have a look at this. I'm going to have a look at setting process to disabled when it's on the shelf instead of setting the collision shape and the thing to freeze. We just set it to disabled. I'm still going to turn all this off and see if this gives any sort of benefit, because I don't think we need any of our in-game stuff to be raid pickable. We don't need them to report when the mouse is over them. Because we're doing it by raycast. Does Ray Pickable even work when the mouse is captured?
Fun fact: moustache in my country, the Netherlands, is called snor, so much easier.
Called Snore? How rude. Yes, that didn't do anything. Alright, here's what we're going to do now. Instead of this...
Is that why it's called Snorlax HAHAHHA?
Maybe. Snorlax doesn't have a mustache, does it? I don't think Snorlax has a mustache. Yeah, he doesn't have a mustache. No mustache. Oops. All of this what we're gonna do is go if character is delivery box, return. No. Otherwise, we do process mode is disabled. And if I copy those, and we go clean up. Because the delivery box is handled a bit differently. Um, thus process mode is disabled. And this is set that when node process mode is set to disabled, it's removed from the physics simulation completely. But it doesn't look like that's happening. Because that's still 18.88. So that doesn't actually do anything. The next thing I want to try is bumping this up to 120. No, that's actually dropped. If I drop you to 4. Controls how much physics ticks are synchronized with real time. For 0 or less, tinks are synchronized. Such values are recommended for network games where clock synchronization matters. Higher values cause higher deviation of in-game clock and real clock, but allows smoothing out frame rate jitters. Default value of 0.5 should be good enough for most. Values above 2 could cause the game to react to dropped frames with a noticeable delay and are not recommended. When using a custom physics interpolation solution, the physics jitter should be disabled by setting the jitter fix to 0. Property is only read when project starts. If I turn on interpolation instead, so what did we do? We reduce those steps to 4. This is very annoying. I honestly don't think there's anything we can do. Like, see how I can walk into this now. That's the problem. So the player needs to interact with the shelf as well. Oh, is this not something I can do with Godot? I don't know what object picking is. I don't think I need it. It's just the number of physics items. Amount of ideas. Amount of ideas. Morning, Wonky. How you doing? Why was that a link? Because you put .png. That's connected. My neighbours must think I'm up to no good with the amount of visits I'm getting from the police. Who cares? I want to see what happens to performance when I change back to Godot physics. basically the same. Up growling. How's the optimizing going? I have not found anything that has corrected the optimizing or corrected the performance. I was telling you this because Hypno does awesome streams and it's better than drugs. That's the only correct thing that you should tell the police. The only thing is, I'm now not seeing anything about process time. Like, maybe I need visual profiler as well. Okay. Render viewport 3. What is viewport 3? I'd really like to know. Render shadows is taking a lot. Navigation process only takes 0.15. Please join stream, and Hypno is like, what's going on? I'm so sorry, I have no idea. Need weak code logic to perform when this kind of stuff arises? No, you don't. No, you don't. Weak code can't help you with anything useful. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I got no idea. I am honestly stumped. I do not know what to do. I can't see anything that's taking up. Like, this says it's taking 4.42 on the CPU and 3.26 on the GPU. Like, shadows are like the only thing I can really do anything about. I'm noticing shadows are back. Okay, so getting rid of shadows has helped a bit. Alright, getting rid of shadows has helped a bit. Oh. Why is that shadow still being cast? You're 1 and 3. Nah, that looked too weird. You're 1 and 3. You're also 1 and 3. That could do something, though. What are NPCs? We had to search up Subliminal on Steam and check it out. I have looked at it previously. Not recently, but I do remember that. Oh, we've also got those casting shadows. We don't want those casting shadows. But yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do this. gonna do that. What we're gonna do? Yeah, like, I've seen the game previously. I just didn't remember what it was when you mentioned it. Mesh. Off. We're gonna turn these off completely. Shadows. This might actually give us a significant bump to performance. Yeah, I think I'm going to have all products not casting shadows. Not a single product cast shadows. This will give us, I think, like 20 FPS back, maybe. Something like that. It's not a huge amount, but it's something. All the optimizations are needed right now. These things here, we're definitely not casting shadows. Ooh. Actually, does that mean label, don't cast a shadow? Image, don't cast a shadow. Quantity and price, good, they're already set to not cast shadows. Exclamation, do not cast a shadow. That, I think, will be a very big bonus. Because the stream that, if you ever would. I would. I'm going to finish up the witness first. We've almost got it. We've almost got it. Jesus Christ. Kickbots are getting weird. Kickbots are getting real fucking weird. But yeah, I want to focus on puzzle games at the moment, just because my next game is going to be a puzzle game. So I want to play a few of those. Like, we're finishing up The Witness, which we've almost finished. Next will be, like, Talos Principle, Manifold Garden, that type of stuff. And then we can go on to... Subliminal. Stuff like that. Yeah. That'd be good. I would say third-person single-player before 2007. We can probably put that at... What? What would we put that at? Third-person single-player before 2007. It could be a Harry Potter. I'll say at least, like, Kick's auto mod is... Kick's auto mod is working. That's good to see. It is a 2002 third-person single-player. So it's not an Assassin's Creed. It's not a Halo. Is this gonna be Spider-Man 2? Oh, thank God. What's a third person? Mario 64? Was that re-released on the Switch and stuff? No, it's not a Nintendo game. Not a Nintendo game. Is this... Oh, actually, is it... Like Grand Theft Auto... No, it's not Grand Theft Auto 3, because it's not open world. But it is either a shooter, a racer, or a sim. A thriller stealth. This is a Hitman. This is a Hitman. Why is this taking so long to load? Hitman, codename 47. Hitman, Blood Money. Hitman Absolution. What's... It's not Hit... That's 2018. It's Hitman 2 Silent Assassin. Yeah, because there's Hitman 2, which is 2002, which is the sequel to Hitman Codename 47. And then there's Hitman, which is 2018, and Hitman 2, which is like 2022 or some shit. It's... Trying to remember which one's which for the sequels. Very frustrating. Very frustrating indeed. Okay. I'm gonna go under here. You, no shadow. You, no shadow. And the label by default doesn't cast a shadow. Okay, let's see what that's done for us. Yeah, that's given us about That's given us about 20 FPS. Not having shadows on any of that. Now, I need to do the same thing for the bobbleheads. Not have them cast any shadows. What up, Maggie? I can't believe I missed Maggie showing up. What? I'm sorry, Maggie. I apologize. I did not mean to miss you showing up. I feel sick. What else do we need? Light switch. No shadows. These decals, I don't think they cast shadows at all. The bag. Do I want the bag to be casting a shadow? I don't think I do. Oh, that's actually... nah, we won't have that. Not gonna have that. The open sign. You're not casting any shadow. Changes how quickly mesh transitions to a lower level of detail. A value of 0 force the mesh to its lowest level of detail. A value of 1 will use default settings. A larger value will keep the mesh in a higher level of detail at far distance. Might be able to use that. Ignore occlusion culling. If true, disables occlusion culling for this instance. Use gizmos that must be rendered. Okay. What up, USA? Your gaming knowledge surpasses mine by a decade. Now, I know you mean well with that statement. I know you think you're being nice. But... these placing outlines, we also don't want to cast a shadow. This collision shape here, whereas put that across the bottom. Same as we did with the other. You're just going to be 0.15, bump you up 0.075. Have you go 4, 0.5 maybe. Needed 0.25. Yep, perfect. Then from the back, we'll say 0.7, 0.8. .12. There we go. Your collision shape is just a box. We need for that. Placing outline. Off. Placing outline. No shadow. as much as we can cleaned up here. If I have the glass not cast a shadow, that shouldn't impact the glass, should it? Who knows? We'll find out soon enough. Find out next time. I run the game and have a look. Now this collision here. Okay. I'm just realizing something. You've got to be that. So that when we're looking at it, yeah. I wonder if I create... Like, if I have a look at the collision for this, I should be able to change the points in it to give me, like, individual shelves and then the rails. But then when you're looking at those, it wouldn't... Yeah, no. It needs to be like that so that when you're looking at it, it correctly displays. Like, it correctly allows you to interact. So I need that there. And then these ones... We have that there. And we have the player interact with the shelf. Because if we have a look at furniture, when we're placing... So we go into placing. We don't do anything with our shelves. It doesn't emit a signal to say that it's placing. We've got anchor and raycast. Set collision layer. So it does emit this. Parent now placing. Item moving. Collision set disabled. They should already be disabled though. Okay, let's see. Have the player mask shelf. So we can have that back still, just like that. If I copy that and use that for this, you're not going to have any of that. But this is going to need to go back to 0, 0. Or to 0 on that. And we're going to need it to be that. Oh. That's all we need there. And I'm going to have to do the same thing for the bobble stands. Your collision shape is already small, so that's fine. You're already turned off. You're placing no shadow. Sail counter. Placing no shadow. FPOS, mesh and quad, no shadow. Screen, no shadow. Cash register, draw, no shadow. These two, no shadow. Pop into here. You've only got a label, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Change. So under here, when we create the mesh, we want to go change mesh, cast shadow false. No. Shadow casting setting. Off. Okay. Now, this collision here, I can make this a bit better. We can make it a concave. And we can have it be 8 points. Have the first one, negative 0.2. And we'll say 0.2. Okay, so that's a bit too far forward. 1.5. If we do that, No. Do 1.8. Then you can be negative 0.18, negative 0.15. And it goes back negative 0.18, 0.15, negative 0.18, negative 0.15. Oh, positive. No, that one. That gives us the base. And then we can have it go up to a point here. And then up. So we do like 0.25. And move it forward. Negative 0.5, 0.05. About 0.1 would work. So we do this. And this would be 0.25, 0.1. That. And then it goes up. Ow. Ow. So now we need another 4. Which will go 0.25, negative 0.25, negative 0.25, 0.25. Now I set this to 0.4. .41, and we go negative 0.03, 2, and we take this over there. There we go. That is a much simpler collision shape for our register to detect interaction. That should make things a bit better for it. The draw does not cast a shadow. Nothing under there will cast a shadow. They don't cast a shadow. You're casting a shadow. That's because you're larger. You need to cast a shadow. Your placing outline is not going to cast a shadow, nor would we want it to. This bag, we're not going to have cast a shadow, because there's no point in you casting a shadow. That's it for you. Jump into here. Now we need to get rid of that, and we need this to be a complex mesh. Because unfortunately, meshes interact with shelves. Actually, this area does not interact with shelves, only furniture. This does not interact with furniture at all. Shelving does not interact with furniture at all. But the issue, yeah, so I can't just make it a giant rectangle, because if I do that, it prevents me from interacting with maybe I do have this just go all the way up to like point. It's like 2 meters, maybe. So maybe we do that. Maybe that is what we do. And inside the player raycast, instead of so we break out when collider wave value is 1. And this is like if it's furniture or delivery, we break out. I want to get rid of furniture from there. We break out when it's a delivery box, or when it's a wall or a door or something you shouldn't be able to see through. But if it's furniture, it still allows it to go through. I'm going to have to check and make sure my interactions don't override furniture or anything like that now. But they shouldn't. Furniture should have highest priority. And it should also be first come, first serve. So if we hit furniture, and then we hit... Oh, but if we hit furniture and then shelf, shelf should take priority. Shelf, furniture, items. You see, now we have the issue of, if we're looking at a shelf, a double-sided shelf. Yeah, no. Because if we're looking at a double-sided shelf, we don't want to look through it and hit the shelf on the other side. We want to hit the backing. We want to hit the backing of the furniture and stop so we don't see the furniture, the shelf and the items on the other side of it. So the only real way to deal with that on this is to make this a complex collision shape. Like so. That's really the only way we can do that. Because otherwise I have to make it more complicated and do like a distance from and go, all right, if we've hit furniture and now we're hitting shelf, which one's a further distance from the player? But shelves that are higher up will be a further distance than the furniture, because the furniture's ground level origin, same as the player, whereas the shelves would be a higher origin. Yeah, no. I'm going to stop trying to figure that out, and we're just going to leave it as that. We're just going to have to do that. Okay. Let's keep going with our shadow casting being disabled on stuff. Mesh glass. Shadow casting off. So many little things. Facing outlines. Okay, so all of that is not casting a shadow anymore. I don't think that's going to do much in terms of performance. Yeah. Hasn't really done anything in terms of performance. I still need to do it for the bobbleheads, actually. Why? Why does performance have to be so infuriating? You I don't want to do any shadow for. No shadow for you at all. I'm gonna turn shadow off on those. What up, Danny? How are we? I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. Trying to figure out performance stuff. It's not going to plan. It's not working as well as I'd like it to. I just cannot figure out performance. G'day, Nathir. How are we?
Howdy.
Howdy. Howdy, hey. What else can we do for performance? I mean, we've already simplified this mesh. Looking lively? Well, I try. I try. They can sleep. Nice 50 stream streak. There's no way in Godot to see what's eating up the most memory and processing power. The best that it gives me is this. But you can see here, script functions. This is my stuff. Yeah. It's like 0.32 milliseconds. It's 0.32 milliseconds. So if we zoom in over here, you can see how it's like nothing. Nothing. Over here. What's this? What the hell's going on with the player physics process there? Taking up 18 milliseconds. Player physics process. That's obviously a spike we need to look into, but it's not. I wonder if it's this. Is it this fucking thing? Oops. If I do that in there instead. Now I do need to go into here and have a look at what's happening for that spike. I wonder if moving this in here will be better. I don't think it will, because that's just something that's happening on the player. That's not... And you can see there how things are now flickering. So that's not at all the issue. I'm gonna have to move that back under there. Physics process for the player. I think it's something under here. That's not that heavy, so it's not going to be that. It's not walk. It's not run. idle. What's taking so long? Um, that I can clear. Nine milliseconds inside physics process for player. Get gravity, add that to velocity. Otherwise, we call process physics on walk, which sets the velocity. Then afterwards, calls this move and slide. What else is happening there, though? Because there's the loading of the game. No. So that's loading the game right there. That's us loading furniture in and stuff like that. How the hell do you... I want to zoom in over here. Physics process was called twice. Why was player physics process called twice? State machine current state process physics. Does a switch state into idle state. That's fine, because we're past this point. Why would it call physics process twice? Why would it call physics process twice? audio files? I don't think so. So I have my Q&E set to control the camera. That is fixed in 8 directions. The problem is when I call that, it sets true 2 times. Yeah, that's fine. That's not my issue. Second time delta will be equal to 0. I had the same issue in one of my games where it would be raised as a 0 error. So maybe you can return if delta is 0. Also thought about it and tried earlier things like that. Didn't fix the problem. When I use print delta, it always shows the same value. If you have a parent script you're executing, then it also triggers process physics, or physics process. So player is the top level, so that's not my issue. Assuming your code is the only contents of your script, and that it has only one instance in the game, then what you are getting is impossible. Make sure you don't have 2 instances of the same node in your scene. Make sure nothing else adds +1 to current frame. Printed output aside, it is totally possible that is called multiple times per frame, or sometimes even 0 times. Take the source code in that function, you can see this. Based on my understanding, this is the engine moving through the number of physics steps it needs in order to catch up when it falls behind. The max steps it will take is 8. If a game starts running slow enough to need more than 1 step, you will see physics process called multiple times per frame. At 30 FPS should see 2 times per frame. Okay, I see. Okay, so that makes sense. So when it drops below 60 FPS, physics step could get called twice to make up for the... because you want 60 physics ticks. So if I change the max physics steps to just be 1, that doesn't explain why. Doesn't explain why it takes so long to process, though. Is that... no, it can't be move and slide, right? Surely it's not move and slide that's causing that sort of a delay. NPC took 6 seconds. Player physics 27. What? Is move and slide really shit? What up, Fluffy? How are you? Player base state. By default, it doesn't do any... By default, it doesn't do any physics process. Maybe instead of move and slide, I do a move and collide. Oh, God damn it. I think I've got hair stuck in my throat. Ow. Alright. So this is all that it does when we're moving. So handle mouse movement. Planning to release the game this year. If I can figure out the performance issues, yeah. I wanted to release it by May 24th, but that doesn't look like it's going to happen because this performance is not... Like, it's just not there. I don't understand how players' physics process is taking 20 goddamn seconds. Or 9 seconds. Or even a second. What's move toward take? So it takes floats. Okay. So my only thought is that we change it from move and slide to move and collide. Towards what's motion? Moves the body along the vector. Velocity. Oh, fucking. Not test only. So we'll do that. I'm thinking move and slide is heavy. But I don't know why it would be. I don't know why. Now give me 2 seconds to hydrate. Okay, so now I'm not moving at all. Oh, fucking... Then we can drown that hair out. No, it's still there. Like stuck around the tonsils, like strangling the tonsils. Alright. Hopefully that got rid of it. Hopefully. Wow. A delivery box ready. Set up contents. Pack item. Set up contents takes a while. That's only run when we spawn it, so I'm not worried about that. It is something that can be optimized, but that's not what's causing the continuous issues like this one. There's nothing happening there. Move and slide versus move and collide. Property is typically used to distinguish between side scrolling and top-down movement. When using move and collide, the function returns a kinematic collision 2D directly, and you can use this in your code. Anything you do with move and slide can be done with move and collide, but it might take a little more code. By times u by delta. I don't think that's... For some reason, I'm not moving when I use move and collide. Like, the player just doesn't move anywhere. See? It's very slow movement. Very, very slow. You can see the shadow on the left coming off the light post. You can see the base of the light post is very, very slowly disappearing. I think. Maybe it stops now. It's not moving anywhere. Um, let's see what that does. Here's something funny. What? Your profile says you're the best head on Twitch. Do you like giving head? No. I'm like, look at me. Look at me, Panda. I'm ahead. I'm ahead. I'm the best head. Do you not get that? Why does move and collide not move? Like, the player's not moving at all when I use move and collide. This is very odd. What up, Vin? This doesn't make sense. So we set velocity. But then if I use velocity here, it doesn't... It doesn't move. It doesn't move. Exactly, Cavino. Exactly. I'm a bit frustrated at the performance issues we're having, because nothing I do seems to fix them. Nothing physics related, nothing rendering related fixes the performance issue. I'm starting to think that it's just Godot trying to handle thousands of rigid bodies at once. It's just, like, unable to. That's the feeling that I'm getting. They're frozen when they're on the shelf. Yeah. But, like... So... I'll forget about this for now. We're going to our save load. Actually, no, not our save load. We'll go into our furniture. No, our shelves. Here's our load. If I return true, we go into bobble stand. Return true. Card holder. And I don't need to worry about that. So if I do that so that the shelves don't render anything, this goes through, it does that, walk around. So you can see we've got like 350 to 400, 450 sometimes, FPS. We got these boxes out here. which are doing collision calculations and stuff. Like they're all trying to fall to the ground. Yeah. Oops. Queue and place you there. We got these things here. Oh, fucking Jesus. Grab you. Jesus Christ. All right. Goddamn door. Get the fuck out of the way. Jesus Christ. Where's you back there? All right. But yeah, you can see how we're going between 300, 400 FPS. Wait. Still trying funk, yeah. Yeah. And I would be happy. I would be happy with that being the FPS of the game. If we now get rid of this. And we go into here and we turn off all of the meshes. So that there's just nothing visible being shown. Yeah. Like, this gives us, like, a 20 FPS boost, if I do that. Actually, what was that other one? Something else in there that I missed. That one. Oh, actually, also need to go into our bobbles and turn those off. So you can see we're down to 115. Yeah. Tank's down to 115, 120, 130. Yeah. And if I get rid of these bobbleheads here from displaying, which they shouldn't be displayed. Hydrate. I don't know what's happened, but my throat's killing me. Basically. That's conscious state. So now we've got no bobbleheads displayed either. And we're still around the 110, 120. So it's not a visual thing. Like, the visual side of things only gives us like 20 FPS. Visual side of things only gives us like 20 FPS. And if we go into... Not sticker. We go in here. Just like turn that off completely. See how that gives us like another... That gives us like another 20 or so. Yeah. So we're still missing like 2 to 300 FPS. And all of these rigid bodies are frozen. They're all frozen. Fucking god damn it. Oh my god. I think trying to get rid of that hair has actually fucked my throat up even more. This thing here, you can see it's frozen. Which means there's no physics that should be applied to it. I've tried everything. And I think it's just Godot handling thousands of collision objects. Is not doing what it should do. I think it's unable to handle it as optimal as I would like it to, I think. And it's not like these meshes here are complicated. They're like 60 vertices a piece. You know, they're not crazy complex. They do have collision layers, but that's not the issue, Funk. Because when the shelves are placed, they're just there. They're static bodies. They don't move. When the items are placed on the shelves, they are frozen, which means no physics calculations are being done for those rigid bodies. So it's got nothing to do with that. It's just the fact that the rigid body exists, regardless of any calculations being done, is causing it to take longer. Like, that's all it is. Because you can have a look here, you've got the card binder. It's frozen. Okay? When it's frozen, gravity and forces are not applied anymore. There's not applied. Nothing happens. Rigid bodies collide with frozen ones. Rigid bodies collide with frozen ones, but frozen rigid bodies don't have calculations applied to them. Alright, so all of these items that are stocked on shelves, they aren't being moved. We're not calculating forces on them and stuff like that. They're not moving. If I have a rigid body hit them, then that rigid body is still going to be moved. You know? Like, it's just that base rigid body is not going to move. They still have checks for collisions against them, yes, but they themselves are not moving. Like, these aren't themselves moving. And also, before anyone suggests it, I've already tried having all of these static items, like all of these static rigid bodies, replaced with just meshes for visual display. Okay? And then that didn't do anything. There was no performance improvement there. So even turning off the rigid bodies, they're still taken into account for things. There's no way for me to just have them completely shut off. Could you deactivate the rigid body whilst they are static and re-enable the ball? I've already done that. Could you turn the bowls into static bodies while on the shelf? They are already that. They are already exactly that. Everything on these shelves are static. They are all static. They have the minimal amount of physics processing that you can possibly have on them. The only thing I can think to do is delete the rigid body. Like, just completely delete the rigid body. And have a mesh displayed. And then when I want to interact with it, I need to delete the mesh and instance the rigid body. Okay? You're running at 132 FPS right now. So, Cavino, this is 100 FPS on my hardware. Alright? So here's the thing, bot. I have already tried that. I had all of these shelves displaying multi-mesh instances so that this 32 rigid bodies here would be displayed as a multi-mesh with 32 visible instances. And then when I look at it, it would hide the multi-mesh, like set the multi-mesh visible instances to 0 and show the rigid bodies. And then you'd take the rigid bodies off the shelf or put them on the shelf. And then when you look away, it would display the multi-mesh instance and hide the rigid bodies. Didn't do shit. Oh, God, fucking damn it. That cough is kicking my ass this morning. Oh. Turns physics calcs to off-screen physics. I know, that's what I mean. That's what I mean, bot. So that's taken that card. It still takes that card. Good. Okay. The crazy thing is, in our test project that we set up with the multi-mesh testing, we had like 2,000 rigid bodies, and it would run at like 700 FPS. And it was displaying 700 of like, or I was displaying like 600 each or 500 each of these boxes. And that was a rigid body with, you know, collider and stuff. They were set to frozen. And that was running at 700 FPS. And then we changed it to the multi-mesh. All we did was toggle off the rigid bodies and enable the multi-mesh. And the multi-mesh would do what these shelves are doing. It would display six meshes instead and whatnot. Still creating 2,000-ish instances. And it would go up to 1,600 FPS. So, there's definitely something else going on. Even setting their process mode to be disabled when they are placed on the shelf. Because process mode disabled will remove it from the physics calculation. Like, it should remove it from everything. It shouldn't be part of any sort of processing. Yeah, so we've got this here. Disable mode. So when process mode is set to process mode disabled, then it's removed from physics simulation to stop all physics interactions. If we go into stocked, we go if character is a delivery box, I'm gonna do this stuff. There we go, character, process mode, be disabled. And down here, if character is delivery box, then do that. Process mode. Inherit. God damn it. Annoying. Let's see what this does. Alright, that's given us a bit. So that has given us a fair... That's given us a chunk. That has given us a chunk. And at the same time, if I go into here, move you up there, move you up there, we go process character, process mode, set that to disabled, copy you, have you as inherits. Let's see what happens here. That is looking a lot better. That is looking a lot better. That's the only issue we've got now. Is when it's stocked, it doesn't... I know what we need to do. I want those four to still be... We still want that done. And what I need to do... if character is not delivery box, because I don't want this to happen for delivery boxes, because delivery boxes are a whole different thing. Actually, no. I can still have it done for delivery boxes. I think it was this disabled character is not delivery box. I think that's right. Yeah, character is not delivery box. Cool. Character process mode. Process inherit. And what I need to do is interactable. We have a setup position tween. When this finishes, we want to go if state machine current state is stopped, process mode disabled. That should help us. That should help out. So when we place it on the shelf, the process mode is disabled after it finishes moving to that spot. When we pick it up, it's immediately set the process mode to inherit. So we can take it off, we can place it back. And when it goes back on the shelf there, if I go into here and check the player, keep an eye on this thing for its process mode. So its process mode is inherit. Disable. Beautiful. Now, I don't think these bobbleheads are behaving. I think these bobbleheads are misbehaving now. Your process mode is inherit. So these bobbleheads they aren't being disabled. Because you get away with using Area 3D nodes instead of rigid bodies on the objects. No. They need to be rigid bodies so that when they're dropped and stuff like that, they actually like have gravity applied and fall to the ground. When things hit them, they like move around and stuff like that. This is our issue at the moment, though. We need our bobbleheads on bobble stands to be set to disabled. I'm not sure they're stocked at the moment. Damn. These kickbots today are weird. One just came in and said, this streamer is high on perks and just turned into a dinosaur, lol. What the fuck is that? He just turned into a dinosaur. It's like, no he didn't. Yo. God damn. Shop looks good. Going to come in the evening to steal things there. Go for it. I'd like to see you try. Where's the state machine? So state machine. Current state is 7, which is is static. So that's static, not stocked. Okay. So, Bobble we call stock, which switches it into the stock state. Card holder calls that, but Bobble stand is not when we place a Bobble. Bobble stock call deferred, yeah. Why am I doing it as call deferred though? Interesting. Very interesting indeed. That hurt. That hurt a lot. So, I need a way for the state machine. Because it has a start state. But for some reason the bobblehead is not moving into the stocked state. Why is the bobblehead not moving into the stocked state? That is the question. Once we figure that out, we get our performance back. Static will be default for you. Arcavino, I finally started to get the hang of some of the characters in Deadlock. Finally started to get the hang of some of them. Your state machine, default state is idle. Stocked. Goes through that. And let me just confirm here. Bobble stocked. I just want to see if that prints out. So it is. It is printing out. But if we have a look, You're still set to inherit. Frozen static. Did the state machine not change? So start state is 7. Current state is state 11. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep. So that's correct. So it's in the correct state. It's in stocked. I know why. The bobblehead. For the bobblehead, where's the setup position? So this here. We have position bobble here, and that's for place bobble. So that's setup position tween. It's delivery. We have parent's delivery box. If parent is shelf. What? Ah, if we're loading. Ah, if we're loading. That's okay. Okay, so that means nothing was being set. That feels a lot better. And 17. I feel like there's still something that's not being frozen or disabled. Let's have a look at this. Do a random spot check. Card binder. Your process mode is inherit, so you're not disabled. Bobble display. Bobble stand. Your process mode is disabled. Small card display. Your process mode is disabled. Athlete card pack. Your process mode is inherit. Okay, so we're halfway there. And then once we've got this stuff done, I think we've basically got our performance to as good as we're going to get it. There might be some stuff we can do around rendering optimizations as well. But I think that's only going to get us like 10 or 20 extra FPS, which can be very beneficial on... Well, I mean, That's on my hardware, it gets an extra 10 to 20 FPS. On lower end hardware, it might only get like an extra 2 or 3 FPS. Which is still kind of important if it's running at 60 FPS. An extra 2 or 3 could be good for that. So if it dips down to like 58, or if it would normally dip down to 58, it's still 60 or 61 sort of thing. So that could still be a benefit. And this is only when you have a shit ton of items in your store. Like... One thing I'm contemplating doing is for things like the card packs, giving them like a render distance or something, like a, you know, distance from which that will be hidden. And what? Fade mode. Will not fade itself. Will fade out itself when reaching the limits of its own visibility range. This is slower than disabled, but it can provide smoother transitions. So I think if I set this... If I set this to like 15 meters and we load that back up, we've already got LODs being applied. Like we already have LODs happening. So you can see that, like, right there, you can't see anything on the shelf. And then it comes into view there. What I'm thinking is I put in a calculation for this stuff. So when they're placed on the shelf, we go, all right, is it an end piece? So like, is it at the front or on the sides? If it is, don't have the visibility range. Like set the visibility range to end to 0. If it's an inner one, then set its visibility range to like 5. Yeah? So like back here, you would just see the outline. Yeah. And then here, or that wouldn't work. I already dislike this one kind of like this. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, first things first. We want to find out why Bobble Stand, which is doing stock, and Card Display, which is doing stock. We want the shelf to also be calling stock on the item that's being passed into it, which it does, and the item stock changes it into that state. But then I think we've got this issue down here. We'll do this. Stock count increases by 1. Stock count increase by 1. SFX. I'm gonna do this. If not loading. And then this will go, if it's loading, then we just set them and set the process mode. Alright, that'll take care of that. This should be nice. Look at that. 200 FPS. Look at that. That's beautiful. That's nice. $300. Oh. Look at that. 368 when you're looking at that. Oh. When you're viewing all of it, it drops down to like 190, 180. I think that's... the next thing to improve is these. So I think another improvement we can get, if I go into... if I go into here and turn those off, go back to here. See how much of a benefit that is? That's another 40 FPS right there. Because it was hitting 180. So I think what we need to do with these labels, I need to create like a quad mesh. Because you can see there, like it drops down to 150, 159. And then we turn those off. And we're at like 200, 203. So it's given us... So there's one technique that I've seen online that can help us with that, so that we can still display the text there, but without using a label. And it's using a shader. It's using a shader to display the text rather than using a label 3D. Problem is control nodes are not batched, so 700 wait was 700 draw calls. You could make the label a texture on a plane mesh and use a multi-mesh instance to make it one draw call. Wouldn't that only work? Yeah. Using stand material, yeah, you could make it an atlas texture and use a custom instance data on the meshes to offset the texts, to offset the right text if unique text is needed. Shader with grid mapped UV and some custom SDF of letters, numbers could save your ass. That's what I think I need to set up. If you are familiar with Picross, you usually have numbers at the edge of the billboard tell you how many block, rows, columns should be painted, so each block has the same number of bases. Where was processed GUI inputs? Doesn't say we're using Fable 3Es. Not sure if it applies, but using a canvas group has performance benefits. Maybe try a tile map. They're good for drawing lots of square sprites. Just did a quick test, spawning 900 static level 3Ds, and it runs smooth as butter on both Vulkan and OpenGL. Not particularly good hardware either. Focused only aside once. Checked where they're being recreated, but I'll double check when I get a chance. Yeah. So I think I need to change. I need to address how the text is being rendered now. Normal. I can understand that. Doesn't help that there's an alpha cut in there either. Yeah. So I might need to look at a more optimized text rendering. It could be that we use a multi-mesh with a... No, we wouldn't use a multi-mesh. Could be that we use just like a mesh plane, which has a text atlas. And we just have it render that sort of thing. I don't know. No idea. What is command for changing your color? It's in the channel redeems. So we got third person. It's not. Has single player 2013 2017. Bioshock Infinite. Okay. It's not a shooter or first person. So 2014 to 2017. Could be isometric. It's not going to be a Path of Exile. No, it's not a Project Zomboid either. Might be. No, it's Path of Exile is considered horror. And we know it's not horror. So it's a fantasy hack and slash or RPG. And it is isometric. Hades was 2020, so it's not going to be that. Won't be a Binding of Isaac, because that would be... what do you call it? Try Undertale. Okay, so it's 2016 or 2017. 2016 or 2017 isometric RPG. Ooh. What is that, chat? What do you think that is? I am going to BRB. And when I get back, I expect answers. Okay? BRB. Alright, I'm back. Do we have a guess? Redeemed color normal. What? Okay, I've got a question. I got a question for you, Tommy. If my headphones will work so that I can actually hear things. What's happening here? Why do my headphones not work? They kind of work now. No, hang on. What the hell? What the hell? Tell ya, wired headphones are the worst. They suck. They are not good for anything. Are you going sound blind? No. No, it kind of coming in this year, but it's not coming in this year. Okay, let's see. That's not any better. Oh, hang on. That's kind of there. No, hang on. Maybe. Who knows? Let's see. Fuck it, that's good enough. Guesses. What guesses do we have for this? 2016 or 2017 single player and some form of multiplayer that's isometric and an RPG. It's not Project Zomboid because it's not a shooter and it's not a horror. What other isometric RPGs? It's not RimWorld. It's not Diablo. Not Path of Exile. Not Zelda. It's not a Bayonetta. I don't think it's not Cult of the Lamb. RPG sim indie strategy. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Let's just start guessing random stuff. Binding of Isaac Rebirth and Mega Man, whatever. What is it? Oh, Stardew. I know Stardew. That's an RPG? I would not have considered Stardew an RPG. Okay, so. Let's have a look here. Render text using shader. Shaded display texture. Therefore, shader, not shading. The correct pick. That's not what we're after. There's got to be a better way of doing it than this. Because having all of these labels is just so performance intensive. If I don't get rid of the alpha cut, it becomes very blurry. That kind of helps add a crispness to it. Has no effect when this transparency mode is used. Label 3D will never cast shadows. Cool. Alpha scissor threshold, it's not that. Alpha hash scale. The hashing scale for alpha hash recommended between values 0 and 2. Don't need to worry about that. Don't need to worry about anti-aliasing. Yeah, there's nothing I can see here to improve it further. Lol. What if I set that to disabled? If I set quantity to disabled, what does that do? Does it still update the text? It does. So, yeah, it's got nothing to do with the process. It's just purely to do with its visibility. Like, the fact that it's visible is the performance problem. Ooh, hello, you're displaying both meshes. Huh. Interesting. G'day, Bunny. How's things? Good, eh? Nice. Nice. And now I'm red. Why? Why'd you colour me red? I'm not a rose, though. He bleeding? I mean, I am. That is true. Internally. But don't tell anyone that. That's secret. I need to fix up the bobblehead What's going on with the bobblehead? Why is it displaying both meshes? Oh, I know why. I know why. I didn't undo something. There we are. That's better. Why am I a floating head? Why are you not a floating head? Yeah. You want a terrible idea? You can add more civilians to your game by using Doom billboarding. If my NPCs were 2D sprites, yes, I could. I could. But they're not. So I can't. Yeah, it's the label 3Ds that are tanking performance now. The label 3Ds are tanking performance now. Hang on. You're not playing the sound when you get put back. But these ones are. The fuck? Can't argue with that. Exactly, Cass. Exactly. I mean, at least the FPS is getting over 200 now when you're looking at all of this. It's just those label 3Ds. I need to find a better way to deal with those label 3Ds. Because those are the performance killer. How can we handle the text? How do we improve that? Is the most optimal way to render text. Is there a significant performance difference when using shaders instead of textures? Displaying a texture is also done by fragment shaders, so performance depends on the code of both shaders. I'm surprised how little people actually know about this stuff in these comments. First off, whether you wrote it yourself or not, all meshes are rendered using shaders. Yes. Godot defaults to a built-in PBR shader, generated by a standard material 3D. That can get really complex depending on how many of the features you use. It's a shader that involves lots of texture lookups, which generally speaking aren't very performant because it means interpolating on a set of data that can take up to millions of values, pixels, all stored in VRAM. Values that are then used to perform blah blah blah. You might actually have better performance in your own shader if it has fewer instructions than the built-in one. The only way to find this out is by profiling the GPU, which as of Godot 4, you can do yourself whilst running the game. There's also a tab for it at the bottom of the editor. There's As I was pointing out, I can easily bake some past the textures. I still want to keep it as a custom shader. You cannot really write your own shaders in it. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. That would require recompiling the engine. No. What? What? Shaders generate content on the GPU. This adds load to the GPU. Textures require memory lookup. Easier on the CPU, but looking up the texture takes time and uses RAM. The decision trade-off you need to decide on is how much space are you willing to use in the VRAM, in the RAM, versus how much overhead is the shader. Yeah, you gotta figure out the buffer allocation. Yeah. Like, I just want a more optimal way to render all of the text in the game. Because using all of those label 3Ds is taking a shot at performance. So like here we were at 202 when we were just standing there looking at all of it. If we turn the text off, like if we turn all those label 3Ds off, it bumps up. Decals. The issue with decals, Gar, is that's just displaying an image. I need to have dynamic text. So you can't really use decal to display it, unless you want to have an image of each character, like each text, like each number and symbol and stuff, and then you create a decal for each one that you want to display. But no, that's yuck. Yucky. And then when they change the text, you've got to update all of those decals. It becomes a big piece. It becomes a big piece. It's not just a... what do you call it? You know what I mean. The thing that I can't think of. Certainly worse option is a shitload of sub-viewports into a 2D label. If you allocate memory correctly after the buffer, it is art. I actually wonder. Hydrate. I'm out of water. I'm out of water, McCory. Do you want me to go get water? Because I can go get water. What are you waiting for? Alright, alright, I'll go get water. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Get my headphones in and have some water. Thank you very much, McCrory. I'll turn into a mermaid. No, I won't. That's not H2O. That's H2. Whoa. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ignore me. This one, maybe? Projected label node or any other control. As the last solution is more complex setup, it provides more flexibility, projecting a 2D node onto a 3D space. This can be achieved by using the return value at the unprojected position. The return value should then be... Yeah, so there's... any control node can be used, including label, rich text label, blah, 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 as well as for, the power formatting. Cannot be occluded by 3D geometry in any way. You can use the raycast to fully hide the control. Wait, text mesh. The text mesh resource has similarities with Label 3D. They both space text in a 3D scene and will use the same font sub-resource. However, instead of generating transparent quads, text mesh generates 3D geometry that represents the glyphs. As a result, text mesh is shaded by default and automatically casts shadows onto the environment. A text mesh can also have a material applied to it. Text mesh has a few advantages. Text mesh can use a texture to modify text color. Text mesh geometry can have actual depth to it. Text mesh can use custom shaders. No built-in outline support, so you'd have to use a custom shader. Only dynamic fonts are supported. Anti-everything, blah, blah, blah. But what's, like, is there a performance is there a performance difference? Because I don't see it saying. Label 3D is recommended, it's easy to set up, provides higher rendering quality. It does not provide... Wait, there is no performance difference. There is no performance difference. I would think that having a 3D mesh being displayed instead of having quads which have transparency applied to certain parts, it's basically just making the text in its own SDF object. Faster to generate, but continuous rendering. Yeah. Label 3D will still be faster to regenerate, especially for long text. So is a 2D label Like, is a label faster than a label 3D? Unproject position. Turns the 2D coordinate in the viewport rectangle that maps to the given 3D point in world space. When using this to position GUI elements over a 3D viewport. Okay, that's only for using it in a 3D viewport. So that won't work. What up, Pepper? Text changes often. I don't know much about it, but I'm using label 3D for name tags on players. So curious about this little adventure here. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, because having so many text, like having so many label 3Ds, is definitely causing me a problem. I do think what I might do is if I have these two numbers display the same size, I could do that and get rid of that. Because there's no way for me to do, like, different font sizes. Like, we could do that. So that way we've got only one label 3D being displayed instead of two. That could be a good option. One thing I want to do though, is I want to see if I can replace this thing. I want to see if I can replace it by having just like a couple of mesh instances. But I don't think that'll be worth it. Because like it's got all this transparency around it that it's got to hide. I might need to go into Critter. Open up that exclamation. I open this up. We go resize canvas. Almost. Tiniest bit too big. I do that. That'll make that smaller, so it's rendering a smaller image. Be interesting to see what happens with that now. How much it bounces and whatnot. But that'll hopefully help with some stuff. I want to get this to just be one text. Like just a single text. What's up, Tommy? That's not good, Tommy. That's not good. Sorry to hear. Let's do that. Let's go into price tag. Get rid of that. When we update price here, we want to go do that. Whenever we change quantity, we update price. Whenever we update price, we update price. So that'll work. I'm interested to see how this looks and performs as well. Okay, quantity label, bobble stand, 83. Bobble stand, 83, right there. Don't need that. Why are we setting quantity to label? Have no visibility. Ah, yep. Okay. So what we'll do is we're gonna go show quantity. We're gonna go show quantity, usually default to true. Otherwise we'll do is false. And under quantity, set show quantity to value, yet return. Actually, I don't need to do anything there. If price label is not null and it's not a storage tag, update price. Actually, no, we're going to update price anyway. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Fantastic Gedunt. Coding is so much fun. It's like another form of art from another person's perspective. Oh, passion, truly. I never truly go off my RPG. I never go up on the hobby. Good luck. Good luck. Don't let it defeat you. Just view coding as a boss in your RPG. That's all you need to do. What we can do... In here, we need to go if storage tag, price label text will just be quantity, and there's another thing we have to do, but whatever. Else, actually, elif not show quantity, price label text will be format price string as item price. Else, whoops. Else we do that. If storage tag, it's going to be quantity. Actually, I don't think I need to do that. I don't know, I'm still going to do it because I don't know 100%. If not show quantity, then you just want to do price label text equals whatever that's going to be. Else that, copy that. There we are. Shit. Quantity label and card holder. All right. You're all displaying price. You're displaying quantities and price. I like it. Now, we've got half the number. Holy sh... Hasn't really done anything, has it? I mean, maybe it's like another 20. Maybe it's like another 20 FPS, maybe like 10 FPS. It's definitely a lot more FPS than what we had at the start of the day at around about 80. So, I mean, averaging 80 FPS at the start of the day, finishing at averaging around 200 to 220. I think that's good performance improvements. I think that's good optimization right there. How you doing, Dazed? Now, the only other thing that I've got to figure out now is stuff like this. Yeah, like why does the player physics process take 8 milliseconds? That's the next thing I need to figure out. Players got cancer just means more time to work on video game. Nice, smart use of time. Like player's physics process is not that big. All it does, if we go player. Physics process does this. If we're opening, we return. If we're not on floor, we calculate, like we add velocity. Like add gravity to the velocity. Which I suppose this here, I don't need to do that there. I can do that in here. Because we return out here before we do any sort of move and load. Like if we're idle or if it's loading or the game menu's open or dialogue's open or we're holding or we're interacting with something that we're holding, we just return out. We don't do anything. Don't do anything. We are profiling Hadronics. We are. And then this thing here, velocity, we increase the velocity based on whatever the gravity is multiplied by delta. We do state machine gets the current state physics process, which is going to be the base player state doesn't do anything, does nothing. Idle just checks if we are moving, and if we are, it adds velocity and switches the state. Okay. Walking, that calculates velocity, switches the state. Running, calculates velocity, switches the state. There's nothing that intensive going on in all of this. We have move and slide. Nothing there, I would imagine, should take 10.5 milliseconds. I have a sudden masculine urge to start a company, make it profitable up to $1 million plus, lay off 90% of the employees after 10 years, and then just sell the company to a liquidation investor. I see. following the ashes of creation method. Ashes of creation, more like the creation of ashes. Because that business is burned to the ground. Anyhow, I don't know what this is doing. What is that doing? That's actually hilarious. I'm glad you thought so. What is this doing? What is causing this to get hung up? What up, Fern? You're lurking. How dare you lurk in the corners? How dare you? Hi, lurking. I'm a mod and you're banned. No lurking in my chat. I was converting one of my projects. Can't figure out how to use movement slide on Character Boy 3D. Works same way as does in that. Velocity is now node property along with up direction. Move and slide now takes no arguments, so the following code is basically that. Are you a Reddit mod too? Oh no, you're banned for even asking. Ah, you're a Discord mod then. Oh, yeah, that. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. I don't know why the players take forever. Believe it or not, Hypnotic doesn't trust me to moderate in his Discord. True. True, true, true. Better performance, consider using simpler movement methods like move and collide, or switching to Node 3D for non-physics based movement. But move and collide doesn't work. Like, I tried Move and Collide, which takes a motion, which is the velocity that I've already calculated speed and such into. Test only is false. Safe margin, sure, we'll leave it as that. Recovery is collision, yep, that's cool. Max collisions, yep, sure, we'll do that as 1, that's fine. But move and collide moves the body along the vector. The body will stop if it collides. If parent test only is true, the body does not move and would be... but the collision information would be returned. Is the extra margin used for collision recovery? I wonder... We go... That's returning a kinematic collision 3D, right? Yep. If we now do a print debug collide, I have a feeling that that's constantly printing out some. Yeah, it's constantly falling to the ground. Returns true if the body collide with the floor on the last call, move and slide. Otherwise, returns false. The up direct. So that's only. So I need to go if royal position Y is greater than 0.001. We want to do that. If royal position Y is less than 0.0, then royal position Y is 0. That should help prevent nope, apparently not. And I think collide get collider. And I also want to have a look at velocity just to see if that is pulling down. Yeah, it is pulling out. So the velocity, okay, so gravity is always being applied. Doesn't physics processing get overrun every frame? No. No, so process runs every frame. Physics process runs for however many physics ticks you have it set to. So by default, it is 60 physics ticks. And so every second, it will try to do 60 physics ticks per second. So physics process will run 60 times a second. Process is used for frame generation. So what you see, the rendering and such. And if your FPS drops below your physics ticks, then you may get multiple physics process calls in the same frame, so that it can continue to have that 60 ticks per second. I'm going to test this out. Okay. Ooh. Lovely. That's a good sign. That is a good sign. My Y position is 0.0009. Only if it's greater than 0.001 do I want it to do this. Oh, if not greater than 0.00. Whoops. Whoops. My bad. Alright, let's see. Okay, so we've got that working now. Let's take another look at Profiler. Okay. Holy shit. Was it actually... I'm not even seeing a player physics process here. There it is. Player physics process. Look at that. Look at that. That is... Holy shit. That's ridiculous. It is so much better than move and slide. Where is player physics? Snooze. I want to check this again. But holy damn, that's an improvement. That right there. Like when it collides, it goes to 0.1. It's never jumping to like 9 milliseconds or 10 milliseconds like it was when using move and collide. If I go move and slide, We'll have a look at that in a second. I just want to do this a bit first. Where is it? Did I not re-enable it? Did this not... It did save, right? I'm just going a little bit over. That's all. That's all, Bongo. Now I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it at all now. Ooh, that was it. There was something there. Look at that. Look at that. You see that? 39 milliseconds. 39. And I think I know why. It's because it's a complex collision shape. It's because it's a complex collision shape that we hit into. So it freaks out and takes forever to calculate. But if I change this and go to move and collide instead of move and slide, then we don't need to worry about those complex collisions. So I run into that, I just stop. I stop dead. Yeah. Snooze, last snooze. But if we have a look, I'm not seeing it. It doesn't spike up like it did before. This here is loading the game. That's loading the game. That's why it's pitching up so high. Move and collide, Pepper. So what move and collide does is instead, like when you collide with something, you just stop. That's it. You just stop and it returns what the collision is so that you can determine what you want to do from there. So move and slide, when you hit something, you will start to slide across the face of it. And the more complex the collision shape, the more intensive that's going to be. So here's this one. Okay, so we do still have physics process hit up to 7.24. but that is much less than 32. At least we've got our FPS up to the high hundreds. I think I'm gonna leave it like that. Probably causing more collision checks as it slides. And that's what spikes the frame. Yeah. I might reassess how we do shelf collision, like how we have the furniture collision stuff set up. But I can deal with that later, I reckon. We are gonna go see someone that I rarely see online. I rarely see them online. I'm so glad we got our performance up to fucking almost like averaging 200 basically. Oh, that feels good. That feels good. Oh, fan-bloody-tastic. Fan-bloody-tastic. Yeah, I think if I change how we handle furniture collision shapes, I think we can get that even higher, and we can continue using move and slide. Yeah, I think that's the next thing. But for now, I think that's good. Tonight, we're not going to do any 3D modeling stuff tonight like we would normally do on a Wednesday. Tonight, we're going to do testing for a bug that's reported in the current beta demo around saving and loading. And then once we've got that fixed, I'm going to put the new beta up as the official demo and put up the new trailer and stuff as well. So new trailer, new demo, performance improvements everywhere. Fucking beautiful. Loving it. Let's go see Captain Coda. Have a fantastic time, you gidunts, and I'll see you in 5 hours.